Okay, today we are writing a contest. Let's go. Let's go, I guess. Is everything working? I hope so. Okay, time. Sliding. There are n rows of n people. Position of earth, row, and seed column. It's RC. Okay. The sum of the Manhattan distances of each person's movement. Okay, it's an easy problem. Let's go. So I need to read it. Yeah. NMRC. Okay. So what do we do here? The sum of Manhattan distances. Yeah, so basically, when we remove this person, like all these people move by one. So we need to calculate this number of people. And also these move by one, but also they move like by n minus one. So how do we calculate it? So first of all, we need to find the number of people, which is m times c. Okay, let's make it LL for the sake of convenience. M times n minus r minus 1 times m plus m minus 1 minus c. So this is the number of persons that will move, and they will move by 1. Also, there are this number of persons, which will move also by m minus 1. I think that's it. Let's try to... So 610 and the big... Yeah. Okay, problem B. In a positive integer n, find the smallest integer whose decimal representation has length n and consists only of 3s and 6, that it is divisible by both 3 and 6. So just by 66. Okay, I would like to only take 6s, so if n is even, then it works. But if n is odd, it is kinda problematic. So it will automatically be divisible by 2 if I put 6 at the end, and 3. Okay, it's kinda... I'm kinda lazy to do it, maybe some clever way, so I will just make a dynamic programming. Okay, I need to read n. So what do I do? For all residues module 11, from 0 to 10, I need to make an answer. So vector string answer of size 11. So basically when the length is 1, then I can say that answer okay, answer 3 and answer 6 take. And I say that answer 3 is 3 and answer 6 is 6. Then I need to do something n minus 1 times. And I need to increase my answer by 1. So I say vs answer 3 11 and answer 6 11. And in the end I will say that answer 3 is n answer 3, answer 6, and answer 6. And in the end I will return answer 6 0. So therefore answer is empty. I need to print -1. Else this. Okay, so what do I do here? I need to try digit 3 and digit 6. So for int I, oh my god. What do I do here? Oh, okay, so I say that if answer 3 I okay, string si. If answer 3I is not empty, then si is answer 3I. If answer 6I dot empty, and either si dot empty or answer 6I is less than I, then I say that si is answer. After that, if si is empty still, I continue. Otherwise, I can say that what? I can say that enhance 3 10 times I plus 3 is si plus enhance 6 of 10 plus 11 is 6. Great. This is done in the end. Okay. Okay, 5 does not make sense. Why? Okay, first of all, I think I need some oh, okay, because it's yeah. Okay, I think it is still slow because I have a multitask, so I need to speed up it. So vs recalc ans and if recalc ans.empty, then we do some. Then we run here precalc ans and 0 static. Here we have static, yeah. Recalcans dot pushback nothing. Recalcans. Okay, so here I can do something this many times. Need to say that precalc ans dot pushback ans 6 of, I guess, this line. See. Okay, great. I think it's great, yeah. Do I do everything right? Yeah, I think so. Why am I not in? Ah, here I'm. Here I am. Great. Well, this is scary. Okay, problem C. Permutation P of integers 1 to n that maximizes the value of k after the following process. Okay, we iteratively and alternatively take AND with pi and OR with pi. Okay, it's a nice proof. Wow, this is a nice problem. Okay, I think it's different for odd numbers and even numbers. Yes. So let's see for them separately. So first of all, odd numbers. It's 5, 7, 9. So it makes sense if it is simply the maximum number. And it makes sense because after the end you cannot get it bigger than your maximum number. So it is just n in the case of odd number. Okay. Okay. So now is it true that actually any odd number is subset of n minus 2 or n minus 1? Yeah, I think so, because here we have all digits here except 1, and here we have other way. So, okay, this means that we can get n. What about even numbers? So, basically, in the case of even numbers, I can just take all numbers from 1 to n. So now let's look at in the case of odd numbers, we take 1 to n. What about even numbers? So in the case of even numbers, it seems that I can get 2 to the power n minus 1 for some n. And why is that? Why is that? Why is that? I have some even number. Even number n. I want to get it. I want to get it. So I have some even. Here, somewhere here I have power k. So I want to say that the answer is 2 to the power k, 2 to the power k plus 1 minus 1. This is my final answer. Yeah, for example, let's look at 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, here I get 3, and then I can get OR with 4. So I think we need to put all numbers like this in the end, and at the beginning we need to put all numbers in any order. So okay, this is an easy problem. This is an easy problem. Int n read n, guy ans. Okay, this will be pair in answer, which is find answer. Need to ans.x like this, and then for ans.size ans.yi. Great. So here we need print player int I find ans if n is odd. Okay, first of all I need to take if n odd, n is odd, then do like this. Great. Else it is trickier. So I need to find first of all maximum power of 2, which is at most n. This can be done with built-in CLZ of n and 31 minus 3. Okay, then I need to say for int I is less than n minus power 2, ans.yi is I plus 1 plus 2 to the power k. Then for I 0 to ans.y I. Then I say in ans.x is 0 and for in Python n if I is O and ans.x or equal I else ans.x and equal ans. Return let's copy the test, see what it's 4. Why 4? I think I need to swap. I need to okay, this is a bit disappointing. But what if I swap first two numbers? I think it works, yeah? If 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15. Okay, yeah. Now correct. Problem D. Yeah, problem D. Okay. My friends are a bit faster. You're given an array B of length m. Perform the following operation any number of times. Choose two distinct indices I and j. Divide the left one by 2 and multiply the right one by 2. Maximize the sum of the array after performing any number of such operations. Okay, this problem is independent on all arithmetic progressions. Okay, this problem is independent on all arithmetic progressions. And that is almost enough for solving this interesting problem. Okay, honestly. Guys, in the end we will return A. Also, I want to have the plus. Do I have module? Huh? Okay. So when I start at I can look at I to I for I, 8i, etc. So what's the stitch? Let's look at only like sequence 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, etc. So we can divide any number by 2 and transfer this 2 to the next number. Okay? Okay, in this case, if this number yeah, so I have this number and I have this number. So I have an. So an will always be okay. Yeah, I see what I need to do. Okay, first of all, I only need to jump by odd numbers. Now I will jump to the maximum, which is at most n. Okay, now I'm here. Now I want to calculate how many times I want to double this number. So I need to store target, which is j, which is simply j, which is the maximum number I have, and int value, which is okay. I also want to have const int infinity, which is 2 billion. And if some number at some moment becomes at least 2 billion, this means that I want to only put all 2's in this number. Int value is a target one. Okay, now for j divided by 2, j is it I, j is divided by 2. Okay, so if a, yeah, so if aj minus 1 is at least value, then now value is aj1 and target aj. Otherwise, I want to take all 2's from this number and put it into my target. While I think I need okay, first of all, billion is enough. I think billion is enough. So if yeah, I think billion is enough. So while aj minus 1 is odd, is even, I mean, we want to divide it by 2. Say that value is minimum of infinity and value times. And say that a target 1 is sum of a target 1 and again target 1 mod. And I think that's it. Ah, I need to print some prefixes. What? Sorry? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Since this problem is too easy, you are given an array A and length 10 to... Oh my god, to solve this problem for prefixes. Okay, I solved the wrong problem. Well, okay, it makes sense, but it's still an easy problem, I think. But it makes... yeah. Definitely makes sense. Sense. Okay, still, this problem is not the end of the world. Yeah, because I can solve it separately. So I need... how much time I need? I think I need n log n time, basically. Okay, yeah, let's fix this solution. Hmm. Okay, let's add numbers one by one. How we do that? We say b.pushback the AI. Then we say okay, let's make it j, I think. Okay. Then we say in I equals j while I is even. What do we do? So we divide I by 2. Then we want to also say that if ans is empty, ans back here, else ans dot push back ans back. So we divide it by 2 and we say that ans back difference of ans dot back and a bi modular mod. After that, we need to say that the I is back equal to AI. Okay, good. So now we have an odd number I. Now we have in j equals jj, and I think we can just copy this. So in target value equals b target minus 1, and we go down. If this is at least value this, then we again but this time I guess we add it. Something's divide by also this is I need to check one always cost. Why I z because here I should okay, this is basically a crash. So I cannot use binary operators at all. Does not make sense at all. So I cannot just sum some, right? I can't sum any number. Why? Why is it 0? So B is removed. So B is 1, 2. So okay, I need to add to answer number 2, number 1. Okay, so answer is 3. Why is it 2? What the hell? Ah, because I hash again and again and again and again. 1, 3, 6, 13, 8. Now again, something's wrong. I'm again such an idiot. Why am I doing it? Oh my god. I'm again such an idiot. Okay. Okay, so basically we have the following situation. We have some decreasing numbers. So A1 is AI1 is greater than AI2, greater than AI3, AI4, AI5, etc. So all numbers except these ones are odd. These are the only numbers which can be even. So now we have the number AI6. So if it can steal all 2's from this number, then we do it. All these numbers, all these 2's. Otherwise, we don't steal. So how do we check if we want to steal? We just compare current AI6 with an odd part of this number. Yeah, okay, so let's do it. Do it. This is really trash, what I'm doing with my participation here. Okay, I have VI odd values. And I have VI modular values. That's it. Also I have VI on. Okay, let's do it from the scratch. From scratch. Good, so first of all, I create my new number AI minus 1. Int current value equals AI minus 1. So int odd value equals current value, right? Fine, built in find trailing zeros current value. Excellent. Also, I have VI ans. Yeah, now, what do I say? So, let's store number of 2. Now, I use my stack. So, while odd values is not empty, and I do the following. So I looked at my odd value. Also, okay. Odd values dot back while it is at most my current value. So if this is true, then I want to do something. So first of all, if this is true, I want to get rid of this number. How do I get rid of this? How do I get rid of this? I say, okay, let's also say int current ans is 0 if ans.empty current ans equals back. I need to get rid of modular values. So current ans is difference of current ans and modular values dot back. After that, I need to say that basically 2 plus equals 2 dot back. And about odd values, I don't need them at all. So in the end, I pop back all these 3 arrays. Great. This is not the end. I also need to add these 2's to my to my 2's. So how do I do it? So if 2's dot back if 2 is at most 30, then say that current value is I take long of my odd value, then I move it by 2 to the right to the left. I take minimum of it with infinity. Else I basically take infinity. Okay, now in the end, I calculate modular value, which is equal to product of odd value and power 2 to the power okay. I always need to add it to the answer. And while I haven't forgotten it, I need to add it here. Okay, and if 2 greater than 0, I want to push back all of it. I say that back here odd value, push back here modular value, and I push back here too. Also, ans.push back current on. Oh, and I need to not do it. 138.13.49 cents. At least something we've done right. I hope. Problem is. Well, this to solve this problem. Is my tail? Yeah, it's okay. Increase your weapon damage by 1 or attack the monster. Okay, let's have some basic scenario. The basic scenario is when I always make all increases and then all attacks. And one attack. Then again, as many increases as I can, then one attack, and etc. I think we can write it as follows. We can write number, which is how much we increase our attack, and then one attack. Then again, how much we increase our attack. And all numbers ni are at most a. Everything is at most a. Well, it's an easy problem. I think we can just do it stupidly. So what I want to do is I want to increase my damage and see what if I stop increasing it now and I start only attack. This should be easy. Yeah, so let's go. XYZK. Yeah, XYZK. So what? So what? So what? So what? Minimum number of coins to defeat the monster. So this should be him. X, Y, A. So what do I do? I have my current answer. And also I have my current what? Hmm. I think I know what to do. So my current. Let's store the following. First of all, how many attacks do I need to defeat the player? So how many attacks do I need to defeat the player? Initially it is quite big. Yeah. Initially the number of attacks is okay, 2 in 9, I don't know. Very big. 1 in 9. Also I want to have some sort of answer. For example, some sort of answer is to increase my damage by 1 and then deal the damage or the damage 1 by 1. So x plus y times z. Okay, let me make it long because I don't like it. So this is my initial answer, which I will return in the. Okay, now I need to do something. So while number of attacks is greater than 0, I try to do something. I try to decrease the number of attacks. Also, let's store how many attacks there were in a row. Initially, it is 0. Also, let's store the remaining. Okay, let's store current damage, and let's store remaining health, which is initially Z. make everything. Okay. So what choice do we have? So if attacks in a row is okay, let's call it remaining attacks. So if the number of remaining attacks in a row is k, then we have to attack. No, attacks in a row damages increases of damage in a row. We have to say IIAR is 0. We have to decrease the remaining attacks by 1. Have to set that health minus equals damage. And that's it. And continue. Okay, now we need to do something. So I think that what we want to do also, if remaining attacks is 1, and then I think we break because we cannot improve, or if it is at most. Okay, let's put it like this. Let's just put it like this. So we can improve our answer if and only if remaining attacks is greater than 1. So let's try to make it at least 1 less. How can we do it? How can we do it? Our current damage, so the monster has H health. We make D damage, so remaining attacks is H over D. So we need to increase the damage so that now we need at most RA minus 1 attacks. For that we need it. So what do I want? This is upper bound. So I want it to be equal to H over D prime. So I want this to be at least, to be at most RA minus 1. RA minus 1. How can I do it? For that I need simply this number be at most RA minus 1, I think. Yeah? And for that I need H to be at most prime RA minus, and for that I need D prime to be at most H over RA minus 1. For that I need it to be at least upper thing. So I need it to be at least H plus RA minus 2. RA minus. Yeah? So let's write it. DD is so DD is H plus array minus 2 over array minus 1. This is what I want to do. This is my new damage. So let's say that damage delta is what? Let's say that damage delta is DD minus D. So if now let's say that I want it to be minimum of this number and k minus IIAR. So this is what I do. I try to increase my damage by this number. Okay, let's now do it. Let's now do it. Let's now do it. How do I do it? Okay, let's do it. So I say that d plus equals d delta. Now remaining attacks is h over d. IIAR plus equals d delta. H does not change, and answer now. Okay, let's also store our current expenses. And we need to store them. So if this is k, I need to attack. So I need to say that x plus equals this plus equals, I mean, y. Yeah. So here I say that tx plus equals d delta times x. And answer is minimum of answer and current expenses plus needed attacks times y. Right? Okay, let's try it. Let's try it out. This is a stressful problem. Okay, this is wrong. My solution is not correct. It gives a smaller number than I need. And it doesn't really explain why it gives the smaller number. Okay, maybe I need this. Okay, if it is greater than k, then probably I have a wrong answer. Let's try and understand it our way. So how to get 10? What do I have? I have remaining attacks, nothing in a row, DHC. Ah, I need to subtract something from H? No, I don't. Okay, never mind. Why? How is it possible? What? K is 5. H is... So I increased the attack 2 times. It's now 4. Plus 5. Plus 3. Times 3. Ah, because it should be plus d minus 1. Yeah. $12, $119, $160. Oof. F. Three operations. Turtle gives you a tree with n nodes rooted at node x, non-negative values. Well, want to make the values equal to 0. We'll perform a series of operations on where each operation will be performed on a certain node. Choose. Excellent. Wow. I don't have any idea how to solve it. I have a tree. I have some beautiful each operation. I take some vertex, and I take any vertex in its subtree, and I change it by 1. Yeah? Okay, this is a very strange problem because, of course, so what is possible? For example, this is possible. Okay, assume that we have the following tree. Is it possible that the answer is -1? Because I don't get it. Yeah, maybe the answer is it cannot be -1. But see, here is a problem. So assume that I have something like this: 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and everything is zeros. So in each of these beautiful thingies, the answer is currently 0. Sorry, the sum is currently odd. This is what. Each of these things, the sum is odd. And I want to make it everywhere 0, so I want to make it even. Unfortunately, if I make the operations in this order, then it will always be odd. So I can change it by 1 here and it becomes even, but after this operation, it is again odd. This is kind of problematic because the only way to change the parity here is to apply the operation in this vertex, this root. And I can do it only once a cycle. So it will take like n squared operations. This is worth noting. So okay, I have small n. So the quadratic number of operations does not scare us. So is it true that we actually understand what we need? So okay, for each leaf, of course, we know what we need. So we have two problems actually. We have two kind of separate problems. We want to make all parities correct, because only with correct parities we can solve this problem. Yeah, as I said, so here there are a lot of subtrees in which the parities are not correct. And they are of even size. Okay, what I want to say. Oh my god. I don't know what to do here. Really don't know. Okay, let's start with the root. I think maybe we need to start with the root. Let's start with the root. Basically, we cannot change the root anyway, except we just perform the operation with this. So if the number in this root is a, we need at least modulus of a cycles. Okay, now when in the root we have 0, now we never apply any operations to the root, and instead we apply operations to subtree. Yeah? Yeah, we apply the operation to subtrees. And the question is, can the subtrees do everything on their own? Sometimes they can, sometimes they cannot. Sometimes they cannot simply because this is a strange problem. I'm not sure if I need to solve it or I need to transit to something else. Well, people solve this problem, but I'm not sure how they do it. Maybe I need to solve problem H in remaining hour and a half. Let's look at it. In two permutations, we need to perform the following three-step operation on permutation. An index, cyclic shift everything to the right. Cyclic shift its prefix to the right, and its suffix to the also to the right. Oh my god. Interesting problem. I have a permutation, choose an index, and I cyclic shift everything to the right. I need at most 2 and okay, the first idea is parity, of course. If the parity is wrong, then we cannot solve this problem. If the parity is if the parity is wrong, you cannot do anything with it. And we can find the parity with merge sort or something like that. Okay, so assume that the parity is correct. In this case, I think the answer always exists. We just need to find it in 10 steps. I think we need to start with permutation 1, 2, etc. n, and somehow get our desired a1, a2, an. Or even vice versa. We need to get from this to this. Okay? Actually, we basically put the maximum to the minimum position. This is what. We actually choose some number and say now you should be at the beginning. This is what we do. We choose some number and say now you're at the beginning. So let's undo the operation. Or even not, I don't know. Okay, let's look at this thing. So actually I want to say that I take this number an and I want to put it somewhere. I put it somewhere where it makes the most sense. I don't know where it makes the most. Okay, I don't like this problem, but I don't like problem F either. Oh, oi, oi, oi. Hmm. In terms of cyclic shifts, what do we do? In terms of cyclic shifts, we have AI. We do cyclic shift of this thing and of this thing. Basically, let's say that after all, we move it one position this way. So after the operation, it becomes AI minus 8, A1, A2, I minus AI, and I, A. Then let's move it to the left by one position. Now I have A1, A2, etc. AI minus 2, AI, AN, AI plus 1, and A1. Okay, so if we compare now these two arrays, what changed? Sorry, it's I minus 1. So first of all, the position AI minus 1, now we have AI. On position AI, we have AN, and on position AN, we have AI minus 1. So basically, we have chosen 3 positions like this, and we did a triple switch. This is what we do. And also everything shifts by 1 to the left. So what we want to do, I think, is we want to, using these trifold operations, get some desired permutation in exactly n steps. This is what. So we have some permutation. We want to use these cyclic shifts of size 3 to get some other permutation. Also the position, I think the position n also changes. Yeah. Oh my god. Fortunately, I think it does. Yeah, so during the first operation, it is these three. But if we move it back to the right, now it is these three positions. Now this is here, so we actually move this. Okay, yeah. Okay, there is some special case. Special case is when one of these arrays is empty, isn't it? Because in this case, so we have a1, a2, etc., an minus an, and it becomes an minus 1, a1, a2, etc., an minus an. When we move it to the left, it becomes an minus 1, 1, a2, an minus. What? So sometimes it is a 3 cycle shift, and sometimes it is transposition. Yeah, it seems that we can always make this transposition with these two elements. Okay, and what about the other one? Yes, so there is also an option that I make a1, an, a2, a3, etc., an minus 1, and if we move it, it becomes an, a2, a3, etc., an minus 1, a1. So I can make a transposition of these two as well. Yeah. No, it doesn't make. It's impossible. It's impossible. No, no way. No way. What? No way. What happened? What just happened? So let's see it again, because I really wasn't able to make sense of it. How is it sometimes a triple cycle and sometimes it... No way. Because you know, triple cycle is very different from double cycle. It seems it makes sense. Actually, parity does not matter. Yeah, parity does not matter because I can make an operation here or I can make an operation here. Right? I can either make two elements stay on the same position or one element stay. Very easy. Okay, so now I have a problem. Problem like this. So I have some permutation. And I have some moving position. I have a position here and it starts to move left. I can either take this element and swap it with this one or with this one. And then positions move to the left. Also, I can make a threefold cycle, 3-element cycle, and swap it one time. And again, it takes one operation and this position moves to the left. So I want to do everything in n or 2n operations for it to be the thing. Okay, let's do it. It shouldn't be very... should not be very hard. I have some permutation. Initially it's 1, 2. Let's solve this problem as if I want to get the initial permutation. So I have a1, a2, etc. an. And I have this position. Let's try and put here n. I can always put here n. How can I do it? So if I can always put here n. How do I do it? I can just find number n somewhere in this array, and I can put it here with a triple cycle or something. I can make a triple cycle and number n here. Sometimes number n, sometimes there is a problem because number n is just here. But in this case, I can simply swap. Okay, there is sometimes a strange situation when I have number k already here, number n already here. But in this case, I think in this case, if I already have the number n here, I can swap it 2 times with this number. Okay, if this number equals n minus 1, then I'm kinda happy, because I simply swap it 2 times and now n minus 1 is... The problem is if I have n here and not n minus 1 here. What do I do then? What if I have n here and not n minus 1 here? This strange case, I have to find somewhere my number n minus 1. It is here. Can I do something? I think in this case we have some problem, because yeah, we have some problem if number n is already here. So I think we don't want. So we have number n. Yeah, we have number n here. We have some number here, x. We have n minus 1 here. Okay, we can swap these two numbers, but this is bad. We can swap these two numbers, but this is... Okay, so unfortunately, whatever we do, this number n escapes somewhere far away. Okay, what we really can do is we can swap it with this number. So now here we have somewhere n, here we have x, and here we have n minus y. And here we have n minus 1. Now we have here x, and then we can make swap of these two numbers. So we can have n and n minus 1 in wrong order. Okay, let's try to solve the problem for even n. If n is even, let's divide our numbers in pairs. Let's take this pair n and n minus 1. So if both numbers are correct, n and n minus 1, okay, if n and n minus 1 are in wrong order, we can swap them. Okay, one more thing that we can do. Is, what if we have here a correct number? What if we here have incorrect number and here we have correct number? In this case, actually, there is a mechanism how to do something. There is a mechanism. What is this mechanism? We find this number n. Okay, there is a problem if n is here, I think. Okay, we have some time to do, but this problem is messy. Oh, so assume that I have a wrong number here. If I also have a wrong number here, then everything is great. I simply find my number n, and we swap them. N goes here, x goes here, z goes here. Then I continue. What else can happen? It can happen that I have number n here, which is wrong. Oh, no. I have number n here, which is correct, I think. Yeah, sometimes number n is correct. Okay, no. There is a case when n is here. I still can do everything that I said. Unfortunately, there is only bad case when here we have n minus 1. If we have here n minus 1, then I don't want to n minus 1 here, y here, and then here, because now we have here a correct number, which we don't like. So instead of that, we make a fast fix. What is this fast fix? Instead of that, we what do we? I think again there is nothing good in this case. Yeah, there's nothing. So the problem is we cannot skip a turn. We have to do always some. Cannot skip. If we could skip, it would be lovely. Hmm. Right. Yeah. There is a case when we this 4. This means that we have swapped. Actually, what have we swapped? Ah, no. We have done. Yeah, so okay, we can swap number with the next one, with the previous one, or we can make left shift. God. So always this number wants to go somewhere here. Okay, we can definitely put it. So if this number is z, we can make n minus 1 yz. But this is basically very bad. Okay, can we do something if in the end numbers are like 1, 2, 3, etc. n, but some numbers are swapped? I think we can. So let's do something. So let's go. So let's take some number. So if this and the next one they are okay, then we swap them 2 times. Okay, if this number is okay, but the next one is not okay, we swap these 2 numbers. Then here we swap again these 2 numbers, and then here we swap these 2 numbers. Everything is again fine. Finally, if here we have some problem, we swap these 2 numbers, and then here we think what to do. Okay, the only small problem is what if the number of swaps, what if the number of swaps is wrong? But in this case, I think, for example, we have n minus 1. In this case, I can make 1 3 cycle. How can I make 1 3 cycle? So I have n minus 1, n and something here. I can make a 3 cycle. I can say that now I have n minus 1, n and question mark. Actually, no, I think I only can do it if everything is okay. I think I can only do it if everything is okay. When everything is okay. Everything is okay when I have n minus 1. For example, if I have this n minus 1, n minus 2. Then I can make here this. Then I can make this swap. Then I can make this swap. Okay, and after that, I won. What else can I have? I can have here n, and then unfortunately n minus 2 and n minus 2. But again, I can make n minus 1, and then here I have, and then I again 1. Finally, I can have n minus 1, n minus 3, n minus 2. In this case, I can make these 3 cycle. Then I can make this swap. And again, I feel great. Finally, I can have n minus 1 and n minus. In this case, I need this. No, I need to. What actually do I need to do? I can make a swap. But then what to do here? Hmm. N minus 1. N minus 1 and so I can swap these numbers. Okay, I can cycle. Okay, at the end of the day, okay, I have number x here. Let's do something with that. So let's make this recycle, which is n minus 2, n minus 1, x. Then I want to make this swap. Then I want to make this swap. Then I want this swap. But then I probably have a problem. So if this is n minus 3, it's fine. But what if it is n minus 4? Then I have here n minus 3 and I can make this swap, I guess. Okay, maybe this is not as bad as I thought. So okay, now I have the following problem. I want to make, during the first transition, I want to make all numbers correct or at least swapped. Now let's do it. Now let's make all numbers at either correct or swapped with some other numbers. So let's see. So if I have some number x here, first of all, if I have number n here and n minus 1 here, then I simply swap them 2 times and I am happy. Okay, let's assume that I have number, simply I have number n here, but I have number not, I have any n here and any number here. Then I simply swap. Now I have here, in the second case, I have not number n here. So n is somewhere else. Then I can make a 3 cycle. So okay, let's assume that n is here. N, x, y. If here I have n minus 1, then I can make these 2 swaps. And now I have swapped n and n minus 1, which is fine. Otherwise, I have n, x, and y, and I can simply put here x, y, n. This is also okay, because now I have n here and... also I can have n minus 1 here. What if I have n minus... Well, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, whatever we have, whatever we do, whatever we have, I can always, absolutely always take n, take whatever here is, and make this 3 cycles. Okay, now I have a problem. If I already have n here, and here is not n minus 1, let's find n minus 1 somewhere else. I probably make this 3 cycle, and now I have y here, n here, n minus 1 here. So now I can make this 3 cycle or swap. The only problem is if n minus 1 is exactly here. Okay, because if n minus 1 is exactly here, I make 3 cycle, and now n, x, n minus. But in this case, I can swap these 2 numbers and everything is... Well, it's crazy. It's really crazy, but... Okay, and finally, one more case. One more strange case. One more strange case is when everything is done, but I have one final number 1 here. This number 1 has some problems. Which problems does it have? It has some problems in the sense that I can't do anything with it. Well, maybe I would like to swap it with this number 2. Or maybe I just need to start the process from this number 1. Yeah, at the end of the day, I have here my correct number 1. Okay, let's write it somehow. I think it doesn't hurt a lot. So I read n, have chi a of size n and b of size n. Okay. Great. Let's do something with it. So how do we do something with it? How do we do something with it? I think quite easy we do something with it. So we say that, first of all, let's make vector v simply 0, 1, 2, etc. and minus. To do that, let's say that we just want to rename all elements. To rename all elements, we need an inverse permutation. Inverse b. Okay, now, first of all, if a equals b, return pi. So if n is at most 2, return impossible. Pi inverse b and inverse b of I is I. Okay, now we know how to reorder all elements. Now let's change vector I. How do we change vector I? We simply say the following thing. So AI should be renamed. How do I rename this element? I need to look at what is its new name. I think I do it like this. Great, now I have renamed the renamed vector A. Did someone already solve this problem? I think they could have done it. Because this problem is definitely, I think. Great, now let's go through all elements. So we do two traversals through this array. Okay. Say that we have int I equals n minus 1. Int I, we start with 1 and say that it should be bigger than 0. Okay? So now we have several cases. Okay, let's say int make operation. So how do we make operation? We need to know the pivot. We need to know other element. And we need to know is it swap or not. Okay, let's make this thing. So if it is swap, then if okay, let's also store number n. So if other element equals difference between pivot and 1 mod n, yeah, then it means that we want to swap the element with the left one. We want to swap n with n minus 1. How do we swap n with n minus 1? We swap n and n minus 1 by rotating in the index n. Else other L equals sum of pivot 1 and n return 1. Else throw runtime error. Okay, now it is not a swap, it is a 3 cycle. This case I want to put here some element. So first of all, it should not be n and it should not be if other element equals pivot or other element equals difference between pivot 1, then we again throw runtime error impossible recycle. Otherwise, it is a possible 3 cycle. We need to return what do we need? So let's take the difference between other element and pivot. And I think we need to add 1. Yeah, that's it. So this is how we make an application. Okay, and also I want to do it live. Yes, so if I have a swap, then I want to swap a pivot and a other element. Else, I want to swap a pivot, a other element, and after that I want to swap a other element, a sum of other element. That's it. Okay, let's go. So what do we do? So first of all, I also want to store my inverse permutation. I also want to store my inverse permutation, inverse A of size n. Okay, I store it. Okay, then I want to also store my inverse permutation. How do I do it? Seems that I need to swap a pivot and a other element. Here I need to do two swaps. No, not a, IA. Okay, good. Very good. So, okay, first case. First case. If ai minus 1 equals I, then we simply make the swap. Okay, I think let's say here find operation, and here I want to also make operation. Void make operation, which is int operation find operation. Here I want to say that I have the guy operation. And operations dot put back operation. And here I say making of. Okay, I say that I want to make operation I minus 1 and true AIA operation. Ans. Continue. Good. Now what? Now what? What? Yeah, so if So if IA of I equals okay. If AI equals I, there is something else here. What do I do if AI equals I? Then I think so. I have here. I have here n. Somewhere else, I have n minus 1. So I can have n minus 1 here. Then I want to make this operation. Minus minus I. And make this operation. And also continue. Okay, now what if I have here properly? I have here n, but n minus 1 is somewhere else. Then I think I need to swap these two elements. Now it is n minus 1 and n dot. And then I will need to swap these. Let's try. So I forgot. So if AI equals I, then I want to make operation with I and inverse A of I minus 1. And then I want to make operation with I minus 1 and inverse A of I. Good. What else do I have? So now AI is not equal to I. In this case, I think I can simply make the required operation. So how do I make the required operation? How do I make the required operation? I think I can simply make operation with pivot I, other element IA of I, and false AIA. Actually, yeah. Good. Good, that's it? That's it? Is it true that now I can get... Hmm. Yeah, let's try to check it. So if def on PC, then I want to print my vector B. And I want to see what happens with A. So how do I see what happens with A? So for int op from ans. Okay, let's see if we did something nice. We did not. What AI is IB AI? Ah, I need to subtract 1 from all numbers. 25 minutes. Very time as usual. BI equal. Why is it 20? Ah, because I did not copy the story notes. What? Okay, definitely seems not bad. It definitely seems bad. Okay. Great. So now we need to make more operations. We need to make n or n plus 1 operation. Let's say int current index. Let's just say int current index is I. Int remaining operations is current index plus 1 plus n. And if current index is less than 0, current index plus equal. Great. Now we need to do something actually. First of all, we need to find the number of int required swaps. So if AI is not equal to I, plus plus required swap, then required swaps divided by 2. So if required swaps, okay, now we say bool need 3 cycle equals required swaps %2 is not equal that number of swaps that we want to perform, and we want to perform a row. Okay, now we say for int I is 0, I less than required operations plus plus, and we want to add some more operations. Okay, we want to add some more. How do we add some more? Extremely easy. Extremely easy. Very easy. So if I need a 3 cycle, then I need to do something very hard. Let's assume that I don't need to make 3 cycle. Okay. In this case, everything is crystal clear. Let's find previous index equals difference of current index and one module. So if current index if a current index is previous index, then I want to swap these two numbers. Yes, so I say make operation. Okay, so here I also want to say that ci is different. Make operation with pivot ci, other element pi, mod n, focus true, aia, and continue. Okay. Once. Okay, what else have in our sleeve? Also, it's possible that we have n here. N here and something else here. Yes? N minus 1 for example. So if we have n here and anything else here, we want to make two swaps. If ACI equals CI, then we make operation CI and AI once and make operation CI and IA once. Also, I want to say that plus I and this. The only remaining case is that our number ACI so if ACI is not equal to NI, then we need to throw runtime error. Okay, and in this case, we say that we make operation CI, NI, and IA. Good. Okay, now the only remaining thing is our 3 cycles. So we want sometimes to make a 3 cycle. And there are again a lot of strange cases. So if we have here n, I would definitely want to say that it is n, and I have here. The first case is here I have n. Here I have n minus 1. Here I have n minus 1. Okay, first case is this. Oh my god. So if AI equals so here I have n. Then I want to check if this is also. If AI equals okay, what if I simply have n and anything? Can I simply put it this and then make two. Yeah, I think I can. Or not. Not very easy. Okay, so here I want to simply CI PPI equals AIA ans. Okay, this has led to NX. Then I always want to make this swap. Good. So I say make operation PI and okay. Now I have X, Y, N. So I have swapped these two numbers. The problem is sometimes I did not want to swap these two numbers. Okay, so if so now I have this operation. Let's put it simply. So if now A PPI equals PI, then I want to make operation. I PI IA. And then I want to skip two operations. So I want to say that CI is PPI I plus equal else CI equals PI I plus equals 1 and all. Okay, now this case is considered. Now we have the case when ACI is not equal to C. So here I have definitely n minus 1. Here I have obviously n. Here I have some x and here I have some y. This is even harder as far as I remember. What we probably want to do here is to make this threefold swap so x n minus 1 n y make operation I PPI and false. Okay, I have this situation. Then I want to make two swaps. PI with CI, PPI, PI. Now I have X, Y, n minus 1 n. And then I want to swap these two numbers, right? How do I check it? So if A PPPI equals PPI, then I also make this else it is. Is it? Is this it? Well, I hope so because it kind of works. Okay, I think I need to look at all permutations of size 3 at least. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 3. And okay, I need. Yeah, it works. It actually works. Okay, submit. Maybe I will be the only one. Maybe not, because actually I'm not very in terms of writing stuff. But okay. Runtime error on pretest 2. Oh my god. 9 minutes. Game. Impossible swap happened. Why did it happen? It should be false. Hmm. This is. Why? Why is it impossible? Because other element equals sure. 5 minutes. Okay, I think I can do it if I do it really fast. What? IA. Two zero three one. 2031 and B equals what? 0213. 0213. What again? I equals 2. Okay, now I have 1023 and I equals 2. So I have the problem. I have n here, not n minus 1 here. So I decided that I want to make this cycle. Ah, at this cycle, and now this is 2 and this is 1, yeah? Okay, so if IA I equals I minus 1 now, no, it definitely is. Definitely. Now I have here I minus 1 on my position. Then I make operation plus 1. This is definitely else I do. Okay, can I now make press? And 5. Very scary. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay, at least I got some satisfaction of round, because of course my strategy was very bad and this will not lead to result when I solve all the remaining time. Unfortunately, it's very bad because all people solved F and G1, which gives more, especially if you do. Yeah, let's look at endings. It's me? Florentina, it's me, yeah? For real. Well, actually, if I solve it, it will be greater than this number. I will be top 4. I will be somewhere here, 23rd place, I think. But it's only if I... Can hex? Wow. Okay, this is our only hope now. If we solve this problem. So, yeah, let's see if it sorts out well. Am I really the only person who was brave enough to solve this problem F? Or problem H? Well, I wasn't, but I was the only one, probably. To get to... Okay, I'm the only one to get to wrong answer 69, if my verdict. Tests passed. Okay, 24th place now. I still lost to Ormless from Max and Xun, but I only called for a duel for Max. He's the only one I have lost. Well, okay, let's have a fast editorial for you guys. Girls. I will not explain the problem H because I believe... So H is simply a case consideration. H is simply case consideration. There are just a lot of cases, but if you consider them all, the problem is solved. And there was one simple idea about shifting the whole array 1 to the left each time. If you apply these two ideas, then it's as simple as represent some permutation as product of 3 cycles and transpositions, and you can do it if you have a lot of time. I do not have a lot of time, but... Well, I had a lot of time, but not hours. If 2 hours is not enough for you, then you can solve it in time. Take your time. So, while this is true, I will explain you all the other problems that I have solved. Problem A, sliding. In this problem, you have a rectangular array, and you remove some of these elements. After that, what happens? So each of these elements goes by one to the left, then this element goes to this position. Then all these elements also slide one to the left, and this element goes to this position. These elements go one to the left, etc. So you simply shift down a square table, a rectangular table. The problem was to find out the total Manhattan shift. So Manhattan distance between 2 points x1, y1 and x2, y2 is x1 minus x plus y1, y2. And each cell moved from some point x1, y1 to some other cell x2, y2. Or it stayed at the same point as this point did. So all this part of the table, it did not anywhere. How to solve this problem? We need to find the total sum of Manhattan distances between the old position of the cell and the new position. This problem is very easy. First of all, you count how many points are here, so in this strange shape, to the right of our cell and to the bottom of our cell, except the first column. Why we're interested in these cells? Because these are cells that will just move one to the left. So we calculate this number, and it's actually very easy to calculate this number because you can find out how many cells are here. How many cells are here, because this is just a rectangle. This is some number and just have it. Plus, all these cells have moved much more, yeah, because they moved to 1 to top and m minus 1 to the right. So in total they made m. So we need m times the length of this column. What is the length of this column? This column we have n minus what? Like something like n minus c, I think. N minus r. So the number of these cells plus m times the number of these cells. This is the end of the problem. Okay, problem B. Given a positive integer n, find the smallest integer whose decimal representation has length n and only consists of 3s and 6s, such that it is divisible by both 33 and 66. So the key idea of this problem is to use dynamic programming. Assume that this is your answer. First of all, okay. We know that the number is divisible by 33 and 66. Notice that actually 33 also divides 66. This means that any number which is divisible by 66, it is also divisible by 33. But that means that we can forget about this number and only care about 66. So what is 66? 6 is 2 times 3 times 11. So how can we make our number divisible by this number 66? It should be independently divisible by 2, by 3, and by 11. Let's go. So to be divisible by 3, it is very known that simply the sum of its digits should be divisible by 3. Obviously, the only two allowed digits that we have, they are both divisible by 3. Therefore, any number formed with these digits will always be divisible by 3. So this is automatic. For it to be even, it should be its last digit should be even. Its last digit is simply 2. Oh, it's either 3 or 6. So 3 is not basically allowed. We can only have 6. Finally, 11. So in terms of 11, there is nothing very easy about this. Yeah, in terms of 11, there is no easy. Well, there are some easy criteria how a number should be by 11, but we actually don't need. Let's simply say that the number should be divisible by 11. That means that its residue should be equal to 0 modulo. Okay, so we have now two simple things. We need our number to be divisible by 11 and it should be even. Okay, let's take our number. Let's take our number. Notice that its last digit is 6. Okay, what does it mean? It means that all this number. So let's take this number to the left of this digit 6. Let's say that it is x. Then this whole number equals 10x plus 6. And we know that it should be divisible by 11. Right? This means that 10x should be equivalent to minus 6 11. Right? Notice that let's add x to the both sides. So 11x should be equal to x minus 6 mod 11. Now this is just 0 because it is divided by 11. So x minus 6 should be equivalent to 0 modulo. That means that x should be equivalent to 6 modulo. So now actually the problem is the following. Construct a number of length n minus 1 from 3's and 6's, which is equivalent to 6 modulo 11. And among all such numbers, you should find the minimum one, of course. Because if you want to minimize 10x plus 6 from the previous reasoning, you want to minimize x. So problem is find the minimum x such that it is a string of 3's and 6's of size n minus 1, and as a number, as a decimal number, it is equivalent to 6 modulo 11. To solve this, let's just find it for all 11 residues. Let's define such number. So a n r is minimum 3-6 number. When I say 3-6 number, I mean a decimal number, a number whose decimal representation consists only of 3's, 6's. Of length n such that a n r is equivalent to r modulo 11. Okay? Let's find this. Let's start with, I don't know, a1r. a1r is very easy. What is it? a13 is 3. a16 is 6, and a1 anything else is non-existent. There are no numbers length 1 other than 3 and 6. Okay, so we know a1r for all r's. Now let's find ANR. How do we find ANR? Notice that it is either 10x plus 3 or 10x plus 6 because it ends with 3 or 6. Therefore, we know what x should be equal to. X should be, so this should be equal to r. This should be equal to r. This means that 10x should be equal to r minus 3 or 10x should be equal to r minus 3. But this means that x should be equivalent to 3 minus r or x should be equal to 6 minus. Okay, so basically what you need to do I claim that you need to take minimum of these two numbers. You either need to take a n minus 1, 3 minus r, multiply it by 10 and add 3. Or you need to take a n minus 1, 6 minus r, multiply it by 10, add 6. So you simply need to take minimum of these two numbers, and if it is this number, then you add 3 to the end, or like append to the end. You store all these numbers as strings because you cannot store them as numbers, integers. And if the minimum of these two numbers is the lower one, then you should append 6. Right? So this is the solution. You basically make this DP where values are just strings of 3s and 6s. What is the time complexity? What is the time complexity? So at each level, from 0 to 299, you need 11 times to take two numbers, like this and this, compare them, take the minimum one, and append some digit. So the complexity is n times modulus, which is 11, and that's it. Complexity is n times modulus. So instead of 11, so instead of 66, you could have any number of form 2 times 3 times anything. And the complexity would be nm. Well, that's it. Problem C. Alien permutation. So perform n operations, ith operation, if we need to come up with a permutation. We start with some value k, which is an integer, and we make an operation. On ith operation, if I is odd, we take a bitwise AND with current number permutation, and if it is even, we take OR, bitwise OR with current number in permutation. So how to solve this problem? First of all, you should understand that this answer, which we get in the end, it heavily depends on the last operation. Yeah? Basically, it is the result of the last operation. And it's not like it is like sum of two numbers. Yeah? Bitwise AND and bitwise OR, they are idempotent. They are operations which are, they are idempotentic operations. So if you apply the same operation twice, it does not change the answer. Commonly in this situation, with AND, with OR, with GCD, with minimum or maximum, commonly in these situations, the last operation is maybe the most important. In this case, you should see that actually if n is even, then the last operation is bitwise OR. But if n is odd, then the last operation is bitwise AND. Since you see that, you probably understand that you need to consider these cases separately. And indeed, the problem is vastly different for n, which is even, and for n, which is odd. So we will solve these two problems separately. Let's start with the odd number n. How to understand the answer? Well, you can look at the samples. Let's take all samples with odd number n. 5, 7, and 9. Here the answer is 5. Here the answer is 7, and here the answer is 9. When you see that, you should definitely have some, I don't know, hypothesis. Maybe the answer is always equals to n. is always equal to n. And indeed, it is always equal to n. How prove that? First of all, let's prove that the answer is always at most n. This is the most easy part. The last operation is some number k bitwise and some number pi. Notice that number pi is at most n because this is an element of permutation. And this is at most pi simply because any element, any operand of bitwise and is at least this bitwise and. Therefore, this is at most n. So you can never get the answer greater than n. It will always be at most last element of the permutation. So now we want to try to prove that it is at least n. And we can try to prove it by induction. So let's prove by induction that we can make a permutation of odd size such that its answer is n. So what will be the hypothesis step? Wait, not the hypothesis step, the induction step. Assume that we can make it for n minus 2. There is some permutation of size n minus 2, which at the end gives us number k equal n minus 2. Let's now try to upgrade it to a permutation of size n, which does it. Well, how to do it? Let's start with simply putting here n minus 1 and n. Maybe it works. And indeed, when you have n minus 2, you need to take bitwise OR n minus 1 and bitwise OR of n minus 2 and n minus 1. It actually will be equal to n. How to understand it? Basically, it will not be equal to n. It will be a supermask of n. So it will contain n as a mask. I will say here bitwise. Bitwise. Yeah, for example, if we have an odd number 5 and I take 4 or 3, I will not get 5, I will get 7. But at least I have a supermask of 5. Why is that? Because actually n minus 1 is almost equal to n. N minus 1 is the same as n, and the only difference is that in the n we have 1 here at the end, and n minus 1 we have 0, because n minus 1 is equal. So we only need to get this one, because we don't have it here. And n minus 2 will be the source of this one, because it is also an odd number. Great. So this is true. Then we have a bitwise end with n. And we obviously get n, because if we have n and a supermask of n, then their bitwise end is n. Excellent. Excellent. Fortunately, this proof that I have said to you is wrong, because while I have said to you the induction step, I did not say the induction base. The base is not trivial, because if we have n equals 1, unfortunately, it doesn't work. Fortunately, when n equals 1, we have to start with 0 and take a bitwise end with 1, and it will be 0. The induction basis did not work with 1. Let's try with 3. As we know, 3 should be at the end, and if we take 1 to 3, we get 2. We can also try 2, sorry, we take 0 and 1, or 2 and 3. and it gets 2. We can also take 0 and 2, or 1 and 3, but it gives us 1. Both are unsatisfactory. This is because actually this induction only works for n at least 5. Actually, if you look at the statement, in the statement, the n there is indeed at least 5. So for 5, it is true. You should start with 2, 1, 3, 4. And what results we get? So this will be 0, this will be 1, this will be 1, and this will be 5. Okay? So actually the answer will be the following: 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. And it's just like arithmetic progression, but the first 2 elements are swapped. This will be your final answer. Okay, we have solved the case of odd n. Now we need to solve the case when n is even. Let's again look the samples. So here we have 7, 15, and 15. This can make us think that actually answer is 2 to the power k minus 1 for some k. What should this k be is kind of also obvious from the statement. So k should be minimum k such that 2 to the power k is greater than n. So 2 to the k is the smallest power of 2 that we cannot obtain because it's not simply in our range. But we can get 2 to the power k minus 1, the maximum number, without such bits. And this is indeed the correct answer. We can get such an answer. We again need to start with some induction base, or we don't need. Actually, we don't need it. So when we have solved the previous case, we can solve this case quite easily. How to do that? Let's start with the case when n is simply the power of 2. I claim that actually it's easy to prove that this works. Why is that? Because previously we have number n minus 1. And this system, as we already know, leads to n minus 1. We already know. Then if we take n, we get n minus 1 or n. And note that actually n here is 2 to the power k. Sorry, minus 1. This is 2 to the power k minus 1. This is 2 to the power k minus 1 minus 1. If we take OR of these two numbers, we get 2 to the power k minus 1. So indeed, when n is power of 2, everything works. Oh, okay, if n is a power of 2 and it is at least 8. The only small issue is that n can be not a power of 2. But in this case, n is at least this power of 2. Now we have the following idea. What if we try to take 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. 2 to the power k minus 1, and before that we have all that other number. We take all that other numbers here, and here we simply take 2, 1, 3, 4, etc. And actually this works, because the number of these numbers is even, so whatever we have here, we have some number k, which then will be taken bitwise and with 2, then or with 1, and with 3 or with 4, etc. Well, this is great, simply great, because it will yield 2 to the power k minus 1. Unfortunately, this only works if k is at least 4. because then this power will be at least 8 and everything will work. Fortunately, this will not solve the case of 6. There are two ways to deal with it. You can either consider the case 6 separately, because it is given in the... or you can, instead of this swap, perform some other swap. So what's actually the problem? The problem is, if we try to take 2 to the power k minus 1 plus 1, etc. n, and then 1, 2, 3, etc. power k minus 1. So this is the simple answer for even n. Unfortunately, it gives us 2 to the power k minus 2. Why does it happen? This happens because there is no way to get an odd number. Each time we have an even number, here we take bitwise AND with it, and we do not gain this 1 at the end. And when we take bitwise OR with some even number, we also don't get an... So there is no way to gain this extra 1 at the end. In order to do that, you can simply swap these two numbers. 2 to the power k minus 1 plus 1 and 2 to the power k minus 1 plus 2. So if you swap these two numbers, you start with an odd number, because this number will be odd. And everything else works after that. And you get 2 to the power k minus 1. So this is the second way, and it is general, so it does not only solve case 6, it solves all even cases, which are at least 6. This is the solution. I already accepted. I'm already 24th place, aren't I? Yeah. True. Okay, 2 more problems. Problem D. You're given an array B of length m. You can take 2 distinct indices where the left number is even and divide it by 2 and multiply the right number. You want to maximize the sum of the array by performing these operations. This can be very large, so output module 10 to the 9 plus 7. Okay. How to solve this problem? Well, let's solve an easier problem. An easier problem will be the following. So let's forget about the condition that I should be less than j. So you can just take any two numbers from your array, always I less than j or I is greater than j. You can divide any number by 2 and multiply the other one by 2. Okay? So what should you do? Well, I claim that actually in the end only one number will be even. Why is that? Assume that you have two numbers and both are even. Let's say that A is at most B. If they are both even, actually it's profitable to take A over 2 and B. This sum will be greater than A plus B, simply because 2B is already at least A plus B. Okay, let's simplify this. I say that this will be greater than this because let's multiply it by 2. I claim that A plus 4B is greater than 2A plus 2. This is because 2B is greater than A. This is because B is greater than 0 and B is at least A. If you sum these two inequalities, you get to B is greater than A. Excellent. So So yeah, so you will have only one even number. Basically, what you do is you collect all twos. You take all twos as a not fee, like taxes. Take all as a taxes all twos from all numbers. Then you grant all these twos to only one odd number. What number do we have to choose? Actually, we have to choose the maximum odd number. So among all our numbers, a1, etc., an, we need to take the maximum odd number and grant all twos to this number. This is our strategy. And if the statement would be like this, it would be easy to simply go through your array, find the maximum odd number, and grant all twos to this odd number. Now, the small catch. You cannot transfer twos to the left. You can only give them to the right. Okay? What to do then? Then, let's see. We have some numbers a1, a2, etc., an. Let's firstly solve this problem for the whole array. I claim that there will be several, but not many. Okay, maybe many. There will be several even numbers. Okay? There will be several even numbers. Let's again try to apply the same strategy as here. So what if I have two even numbers, a and b? Why don't I take some or all twos from this number and give it to this number? A divided by 2 to the power t and b times 2 to the power t. Well, actually, it is known as Sturm principle. I don't know how it's called in English, because in Russian we say метод штурма, but it's not the same name in English, I think. What do I mean by that? So assume that you have two numbers, x and y, and they have constant product. But you can change one of these two numbers, and the second number changes correspondingly so that the product stays constant. For example, if we increase x, then y will decrease. Assume that we can make such movements. What if we want to maximize x plus y? The method says that it will be bigger if the difference between x and y gets bigger. If we want to maximize the sum, we want to make x and y as far away as possible. In terms of these two things, see that they both have the constant product AB. So if we want to maximize their sum, we want to make the maximum of these two numbers as big as possible. Okay? Okay, what is the maximum of these two numbers? If this is b, then obviously B will be also bigger here than here. This means that this is the preferable case. If number B is greater than A, then we definitely want this scenario. Okay, assume that B is smaller than A. In this case, okay, when I write like this, I mean that B is the initial number and A is also the initial. Let's for now put it like they are initial. It's so hard to explain. Okay, for now, let's say that B. Okay, let's say that B and A may be not initial numbers. Maybe they are already multiplied by 2 several times. Or divided by 2. But still, it has never happened that A was divided by 2. Okay, so A has never been divided by 2. Maybe A was multiplied by 2 and maybe B was multiplied by 2. But we never divided A by 2. Okay, so B is smaller than A. Then actually I claim that if this is the case, if B times 2 to the power t is greater than A or equal, then we want to transfer all 2's from this number to this number. If B times 2 to the t is smaller than A, then we don't want. This is simple. If this holds, then actually here maximum is greater than here. If this holds, then here the maximum is this number and it is greater than. Okay, so actually it simply follows from this principle about constant product. So when we have several numbers, a1, a2, etc., ak, which are all even, the fact that we don't want to transfer any power of 2 to the right, it simply means, and it is equivalent to the fact that each number aj, each number aj is smaller than number, no, not aj, aj times 2 to the power what is in ai. Let's call it ti. Ti is how many 2's in ai. And I claim that this is always less than ai. Because if aj times 2 to the I is at least ai, then we definitely want to take all 2's from ai, transfer them to aj. So these inequalities hold for all our numbers, which are even. Let's store them in a stack. So we have a stack of all numbers which are even. For them, we store their odd part. So we say ai is some odd part ri times 2 to the power ti. We store ri, we store ti, we store this modulo m, and we store them in a stack. So let's assume that we add a new number to the end, to al. I claim that if we want to transfer 2's from some number, this al, then we want to transfer 2's from this number to al. This can be done with some simple algebra. Do we want to do it? Okay, let's try to do it. Let's say that, assume that we want to transfer 2's from a2 to al. From this, we know that this means that al times 2 to power t2 is at least a2. I claim that this means that we also want to transfer 2's from AK. That is, AK times 2 to the power k is at least AL. I want to prove this. How can I prove this? Very simply. Notice that we don't want to transfer 2's from A2 to AK. That is, AK times 2 to the power T2 is smaller than AK. we just know than A2. We just know that. That means that this is greater than AK times 2 to the power T2. So AL times 2 to the power T2 is greater than AK times 2 to the power T2. We can now cancel this out, and we know that AL is greater than AK. But if AL is greater than AK, then most obviously AL times something is also greater than AK. That means that we want to transfer all 2's from AK. Okay, therefore, if we want to transfer any 2's, we want to transfer them from AK. So let's check the condition for AK. If we want to transfer 2's, then we do it. Just transfer all 2's from AK to AL, remove this from stack, and continue our process. Then we continue doing this with our stack, and at some moment we stop, because either stack is now empty, or we don't want to transfer 2's AL anymore. In this case we stop and we take the next number from our array. This actually works when we take elements one by one, so we can solve problem with it. There are two things that we need to discuss about it. The first thing is overflow. So how can we compare AL times 2 to the power TK? Is it greater than AK or not? Because TK might get as big as several thousand. Several, maybe 100,000. Well, it's easy. AK is always sorry, not AK, but RK. RK, where R is the odd part. Why is that? Because actually we can transfer all 2's from AK until it gets odd. So we need to compare with RK, not with AK. So how to check this inequality? Actually very easy. So if TK is at least 30, then obviously this holds, because the left part is greater than billion and the right part is not greater than billion. If TK is at most 29, then you can calculate this number in long and check this equality kind of fairly. So that's it. This is the end. This is how you check this condition and you avoid overflow. Just don't simply multiply these two numbers, it can get too big. But instead you firstly check if TK is at least 30 or not. The second thing that we need to discuss is how to maintain the answer. So the answer is sum of all numbers. Sometimes it changes. How can it change? It can change in the following way. We had some number in the stack, but then it becomes its odd part, and all the 2's are transferred to our new number AL. To maintain that, let's also store its residue modulo M. Let's store its residue, which will be as SK. So if something like this happens, we have our answer. We have to subtract SK. Then we have to add RK. That's it. So we have changed our number RK. Then we will get some At the end, we will get some number AL with a lot of 2's, and we can calculate SK as product of AL times 2 to the power of collected 2's modular M. So this is done via our mod function, which runs in logarithmic time. This can be done O of 1 time. Then you store your number SK in the stack as well, and you add it to the answer. Okay? Well, when you do that, you simply solve the problem. So the complexity is O of n times logarithm of maximum number, which is 1 billion. Why is the complexity such? Complexity equals this number because each element is only once put on the stack. And since it's only once the stack, it only once is removed from the stack. So for each element, there are at most 2 times when it affects our asymptotics. So you only 2 times need to do something in logarithmic. Therefore, the complexity is n log c, where c is the maximum whole number. Okay, and finally problem E. I already have my rating change. Nice. Rating change is not bad, because it is already almost my maximum. But not exactly. Okay, finally problem E. Monster. Oh, I'm so lazy to explain this problem, but okay, I will. We are fighting a monster with C health, using a weapon with D damage, which is initially useless and harmless. We have 2 types of operations. We can increase D by 1, costing X coins, or attack the monster with D damage, cost Y points. But we cannot make the first operation more than K times in. We need to find the cheapest way to deal D damage. Okay, how to do that? Let's for now forget about K. Let's say that K is infinity. How can we solve the problem in this case? Well, we would like to iterate over all possible Ds. How much damage we want to produce in one step. Obviously, we don't want to attack unless we have gone to the maximum possible D. What do I mean by that? Assume that in the end, the damage dealt by the weapon will be D. But it somehow increased to this number. So if you attack the monster at this moment, it means that you're kinda dumb. Because instead of that, you could postpone it, wait until you get your maximum attack D, and only after that you make that attack. So you postpone the attack to the moment when your weapon is at the maximum damage. Okay? This is important. When you understand that, then the problem is kinda easy. You want to choose some number D and minimize following function. So we D times spend X coins, and then we need to Z over D dealing times attack our monster, each time spending Y coins. So this is the answer. We need to minimize it over all Ds. Okay, for now this is still not very fast, because we have 100 test cases, and D that we will try is at most 10 to the 8. Then your asymptotics now is T times maximum T times Z, actually, because we don't want to deal more damage than Z. The minimum from D equals 1 to Z. Unfortunately, this is slow because this can be 10 to the power 10. Because of that, we want to somehow speed up our solution. How to speed up our solution? Well, actually, there is very known concept in square root decomposition. This concept says the following. If we have two numbers, D and this one, then minimum of these two numbers is at most something like square root of Z plus 1, maybe. And I'm not sure. Let's write it this way. Minimum of these two numbers is at most square root of Z. And this is very well known simply because if this is greater than this number, then this is at least square root of Z plus 2. So D is at least this number, and Z over D is at least this number. But that means that their product is much greater than. Yeah. This is problematic because this is actually at most Z plus D. So now we get that actually D is at least 4 square roots of. But this means that we can write here 4. This means that we can write here 4. This is already very bad because D is not at least 4Z. Okay, it's 3Z. Okay, sorry for my poor explanation, but I hope you understand that this is true. So what I mean by that is that we want to iterate over these or over these now. So let's say that square root of Z plus 1 is some number K, and we will stop at K. So we want to tell that we want to minimize D plus D over D times Y and here times X for D from 1 to K. Or let's say that we want Z over D, that is the number of attacks, E at most K. Let's call it E. Number of attacks is E. Minimum of all E's from 1 to K. Now we have EY. What is the minimum number of damage that it needs to deal to so that this is true? I think something like Z over E. Or this. And now this can find the answer in O of T square root of time. Okay? Simply we made this thing. Unfortunately, this is not the very best way to do that, because when you write like this, it is hard to adapt to our situation in our problem. So because of that, I suggest you to change the cycle. So we will iterate over D, but we will change our cycle. let's say that for while let's assume that we have tried some number d. So if d is at least z, then we have already tried everything. Otherwise, if we want to increase d by a bit and try something else. Okay, we have some d. Does it make sense to increase d by 1? Well, sometimes it doesn't. For example, if d equals d minus 2, for example, z equals 100, and d equals 34. Then we can defeat the monster in 3 hits. But it does not make sense to make it 35, because if we make it 35, we have spent X coins, but we still defeat the monster in 3 hits. We want to make at most 2 hits, right? Not 3. Okay, therefore, let's calculate how many hits we need now. Number of hits that we need now is over d upper bound. Now we want to make at most this number of hits. So we can say that now d is d over this number ceiling. This is our formula. So instead of saying that d++, this is the old way, we transfer to this number, which is sometimes it is also d++, but sometimes it grows faster. Because it grows faster, we actually only visit different numbers of d and only visit different numbers of these values of this number. And since they're all different, and as I said, each of them can only have square root of d values, either one of them only square root or the other one. This cycle also works in O of square root of z times t time. Okay? Now let's adapt it to the situation when we cannot perform more than k times in a row. This is very similar. So let's say that we have some previous history of doing something. We have already had some hits, already have some damage in our weapon. We have already done something. Let's explain what is our current situation. Our current situation can be explained with several numbers. First of these numbers is H. This is the remaining health of the monster. D is our current damage. Also, S is already our current expenses. How much we have already spent. I am not sure if there is this word, but let's hope that there is. This is not yet all that we need. The final number that we need is C. How many consecutive last operations were D++s? Yeah, because C cannot exceed K, as far as we know. And finally, our current answer. Minimum that we can achieve. Okay, at any moment, we can stop doing our very complicated strategy and start attacking. Always it can make sense to stop doing all these complicated things and start attacking. What will be the expense then? So we have uns currently, not uns, sorry, C. How we have already much spent. Then we make our attacks. We have some remaining health. We have our current damage. We need to make this number of attacks, and each of them cost y. costs y. So this is our answer. So we can relax. Answer with this number. Okay, if we don't want to start attacking, then of course we want to make as many increases of damage as possible. So we want to transit to new state. Yeah? Now again, let's make it very easy. Let's for now make a very stupid solution in O of zt time. Okay, now it probably makes sense to increase our damage by 1. So if C is less than K, then probably this means that it makes sense to increase damage by 1. What else happens? So our current expense is increased by X, and C is increased by 1. So this is what we can try to do. Otherwise, we have to unfortunately attack once. So S plus equals Y, C equals 0, H minus equals D. Okay, and if health is now negative, then we don't need to do anything else. We can stop. Moreover, I can say that if health is at least is less or equal than D, then we cannot improve our answer because we will have to hit at least once. But if we have to hit at least once, it doesn't matter how big our weapon will be. Even we make our weapon 1 trillion billion points of health, but it still has to be used at least once and at most once. So if you will use it exactly once, it doesn't matter if it has a very big attack or very small attack. You don't have to do anything else. So if this holds, you can stop your hard cycle. Complicated and complicated. Mesmerizing. Okay. So let's do this cycle. For now, this solution still works in O of z t time, simply because we wait until our attack is maximum. To speed this up, we need not say that d++ here. We need to instead say that d plus equals delta, s plus equals x delta, and c plus equals also delta, where delta is sometimes 1 but sometimes not 1. So according to the previous reasoning, we need to try the following delta. Delta equals d prime minus d, where d prime is h over d plus 1. Yeah. So now with our current attack d, we need this many attacks to win. Sorry, minus 1 here. We want to say that now we want less attacks. If we want less attacks, we need at least this many much damage to be dealt. Therefore, now we have d prime. So again, d prime is h healing divided by ceiling of h over d minus 1. This is our formula. Unfortunately, this formula is wrong, because if we try this much, we will exceed our number k, and we cannot exceed our number k. Therefore, let's say that delta is minimum of k minus c and d prime minus d. This is our formula. So we take takes less, either this or this, and apply it. Okay, if it was only this case, we will obviously get square root of z. Unfortunately, sometimes we do this. So the question is, will it be still fast? Answer is yes, it will still be fast. It will still run in this time. Why is that? Because assume the worst case scenario where you do not attack until you only increase your weapon. You only increase your weapon. I claim that apart from, let me show you. Yeah, so there are square root of z such events when d is increased by 1. And there are square root of z such events when z over e is decreased by 1. There are square root of z such events which will happen. Apart from that, the only way that we have an iteration in our cycle is when we attacked. If we have to attack, we perform one attack, and this also spends our iteration. Well, see, you will always make at least one attack with at least 1 damage. At least one attack with at least 2 damage. The next attack will be at least 3 damage. Then 4, etc. Notice that each time damage is strictly greater than the previous one. So if you perform A attacks, you deal at least A times A plus 1 over 2, which is omega of A attacks, A squared. Therefore, actually, if your cycle has A extra operations, then the total damage dealt to the monster is omega of A squared. And since it should be at most z, like 2z or something like that, you can say that z is omega of A squared. And from that it follows that A is O of square root of z. Therefore, there are 3 types of iterations in our cycle. Either we make an attack and we cannot make more than square root of z attacks, or d is increased by 1, but it happens only till square root of z, or this number is decreased by 1, also at most square root of z times. Therefore, the total asymptotics is t times square root of z. Actually, in this thing, everything except z could be 10 to the 18 power. Well, x and y no, because we would not like to have constant overflows. But z can be... k, for example, can be big. Okay, I think that's it. Problem h I will not explain more thoroughly. I don't feel like this is needed, because you can watch my screencast. This is simply some case consideration. So, okay, thank you for watching.